Recipients of the Fellowship Award of Animal Science Association of Nigeria, wherever you're seated, please proceed to my right side of the hall on the red chair, along the same line with members of the National Executive Committee of ASAN. I want to bring to our notice that by 11 o'clock, the proceedings going on air will be streamed online by Channels Television. And as professionals that we are, we have to be decent, exercise high degree of decorum. There should be no walking around in the hall. And if perchance you need to send any information to me, go through the aisle to see either the General Secretary of ASAN, Dr. Ogunwole, or the Assistant General Secretary, Dr. Fola Adebayo. Under no circumstance, I plead with you, should anybody pass pieces of paper to the eye table here. We must be seen as men and women of discipline. We must exhibit a high degree of decorum because the whole world will be watching us. Therefore, we cannot afford to mess up. Thank you very much. Anytime from now, the procession, please can we stand to our feet with the light music from the musical crew? The procession is coming in. Council members are coming in. Can we please stand to our feet? The Lord bless you as you raise your bodies from your seats. As the council members of the Nigerian Institute of Animal Science are coming in, I want to put it to you that if you are in this hall this morning, you must adhere strictly to COVID protocols. Put your nose mask to cover your nose and your mouth appropriately. Put your nose mask to cover your nose and your mouth appropriately. COVID is a reality. Now it's time for the national anthem. You may be seated, please. Thank you very much. Without much ado, we want to call on the chairman of the local organizing committee, Dr. Ime Ebento, to give us his welcome address. Dr. Ebenso, please.
Good morning, everybody. This is really a unique opportunity, my pleasure and privilege to welcome you here and thank you for joining us at this 3-day 10th Joint Annual Meeting 2021 with the theme, Livestock Resilience in the Post-COVID Era. The local organizing committee is proud to announce that we have experts and eminent speakers from across livestock specializations who will share their research findings, thoughts, knowledge, and opinions with the rest of us. The 2021 keynote address is to be delivered by the President, African Development Bank, Dr. Akiwumi Adesina. An honor indeed for me as I warmly salute all our sponsors, guests, partners, farmers, students, and product exhibitors. Join me as I appreciate my own team, the dependable, reliable, and trustworthy local organizing committee. Please give us a round of applause. Ladies and gentlemen, we have labored hand in hand. We have stood shoulder to shoulder, and God strengthened, encouraged, and supported and helped us to organize this unique 10th Joint Annual Meeting. Akwa Ibom Yaya is the Ibibio language for Akwa Ibom State is beautiful. I sincerely hope you will take advantage of the beautiful environment, familiarize yourself with the culture and norms of this land of promise, and to discover the new things about the beautiful city of Uyo. I do extend my best wishes to everyone. Do have a successful, safe, and fruitful meeting. Thank you. Again, welcome to Uyo. Uyo is peaceful, Uyo is green and clean. Emedio, Uyo is song. Medakanda.
Once again, put your hands together for the chairman of the local organizing committee. I have the pleasure to call to the high table these eminent personalities who have distinguished themselves in the profession of animal science and some other invited guests to this great high table. The first person I want to call on is the president of Nigerian Institute of Animal Science, a notable breeder, an erudite scholar, a distinguished gentleman, and a thorough family man. Please make welcome Professor B.Y. Abubakar. You're welcome, sir. In the same vein, I have the honor to invite the President of Animal Science Association of Nigeria to the high table, our distinguished, indefatigable Mr. Raymond Isiadenso. Next in line is the first Vice President of Nigerian Institute of Animal Science, a great entrepreneur, a wonderful person with an amiable spirit, Chief Simon Owofa. Next in line is the second Vice President of Nigerian Institute of Animal Science, a distinguished scholar, Professor Kingsley Adeshayiwa. Our keynote speaker this morning is a distinguished gentleman, a man whose nature of work has transversed across the nations. He's no other person than our own Dr. Akinwumi Adeshina. However, he's going to be represented by Mr. Emmanuel Akinwumi. Mr. Emmanuel Akinwumi is also from African Development Bank. You're welcome, sir. I want to call to the high table the chairman of the Board of Trustees of Animal Science Association of Nigeria, a distinguished academician, a practical farmer, a humble gentleman, a father and a grandfather, Professor Olusegun Oshinawa. It is a great privilege to have notable men and women of this country in this gathering this morning. Without much ado, I want to bring yet another big man to the high table, the Executive Secretary of TED Fund, an amiable personality, a decent gentleman. I've never seen or heard him get annoyed anywhere. He has a smile that disarms anybody under no circumstance. And that person is no other person. He taught me when I was serving in ATBU, and he's a gentleman to the core. He's no other person than Professor Elias Suleiman Bogoro. However, he's represented this morning by one of his noble and reliable assistants, Dr. Mustafa Okwola. We have the representative, you're welcome, sir, of the Permanent Secretary of Federal Minister of Agriculture and Rural Development in Abuja here this morning, in the person of Mr. Akim Ibilade. Please, do we have the representative of the governor in this gathering yet? LOC Chairman, please, we need to see you. While we're sorting things out for recognitions, I have the pleasure to call on the President of Animal Science Association of Nigeria, Mr. Raymond Isiadinso, to give us his opening remarks. I need the name, please.
His Excellency, the Executive Governor of Akwa Ibom State, here represented, His Excellency, the Deputy Governor of Imo State, Honorable Minister of Agriculture and Rural Development, the Executive Secretary, Tertiary Education Trust Fund, here represented, the Honorable Commissioner of Agriculture, Akwa Ibom State, the Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Agriculture, Akwa Ibom State, His Eminence, Lieutenant Dr. Solomon Daniel, JP, Oku Ibom Ibibio, and Patriarch of Ibibio Land, His Royal Majesty Obatijani Adetunji Akinloye Sateru II, the Ojomu of Ajiro Land, Etiosa, Lagos, the President, Nias, the council members, fellow NIAS, Board of Trustee, POT Asan, National Executive Council, Asan, our keynote speaker, Dr. Akinwumi Adesina, here represented, the captains of industry here gathered, our distinguished sponsors, gentlemen of the press, students, ladies, and gentlemen. It is indeed my great pleasure to welcome you all to the 10th ASEAN Joint Annual Meeting. This meeting marks the 26th statutory annual general meeting of the association that animal science practitioners and other stakeholders are converging to discuss issues of great relevance to the association and livestock subsector and diagnostic capacity disrupting animal diseases, surveillance, and reporting. Sorry, I take that again. We thank the Almighty God for preserving our lives since we last met at Abuja, 2020. In the year under review, we have lost some of our noble members. I would like to crave your indulgence to stand and observe a minute silence in remembrance of these compatriots of our profession. Please, can we stand and observe a 1 minute silence? May the souls of the departed find eternal rest in God's bosom. Sit down. Your Excellencies, distinguished colleagues, the theme of this year's meeting, Livestock Resilience in the Post-COVID Era, is topical and apt. The Nigerian agricultural sector holds the key to the country's drive for economic diversification. The sector has grown consistently at an average of 2.5% over the past 3 years. The sector remains the largest employer of labor in the country, providing jobs for more than 1/3, about 36.4% of Nigerian labor force. Animal science, as we all know, plays a vital role in food supply chain of rural and urban areas. It gives us a wide variety of products ranging from milk, meat, wool, fiber, eggs, feathers, hides, and skin. It creates also employment, stimulates demand for food, goods, and services, and promoting economic transaction by contributing to human and financial capital for other sectors of the economy to develop. This was FAO report 2018. The COVID-19 pandemic is a global health crisis that has affected more than 200 countries and territories around the world. The pandemic has had a substantial impact on many sectors at global, regional, and national levels, including the livestock sector. In 2020, G20, 2020 again, it negatively influences animal production through reducing access to animal feeds, inputs and services, market and consumers, processing via reducing processing capacity, compromised storage and conservation, constrained informal businesses, and animal health by reducing resting and diagnostic capacity, disrupting animal production processes and livelihood of all Nigerians. However, there are currently no restriction on livestock trade, on animal movement due to COVID-19 response, with no evidence to support the transition associated with animal production and consumption of animal products. To reduce the impact of COVID-19 pandemic and ensure continuity of the livestock supply chain, as well as animal health activities, more attention must be paid to the livestock sector to continue the production of safe products for consumers at all times. It is hoped that this August gathering, which comprises eminent personalities and erudite, practicing and academic professionals, will proffer far-reaching solutions to this discourse. Again, ladies and gentlemen, I thank you all for coming to this ceremony and hereby formally welcome you to Asan Nias Uyo Jam 2021.
Thank you very much, my president. I want to go on with the recognitions and we want to call to the high table His Lordship, the Chief Judge of Akwa Ibom State, Honorable Justice E.F. Fabian Obot, ably represented by Honorable Justice Felicitas J. Ibanga. Thank you very much, ma'am. Next in line is the chairman of Akwa Ibom State Council of Chiefs, the Oku Ibom Ibibio, His Eminence, Ntain Dr. Solomon D. Etuk, JP, ably represented this morning by Mr. Anete Peters, the secretary to Oko Ibiom Idibio. Next in line in the series of opening remarks is the big man of the Institute, the biggest masquerade in the Institute, a soft-spoken man, a grandfather with about 8 to 10 grandchildren. Please put your hands together as a welcome to the microphone, Professor Baba Yusuf Abubakar, the president of NIAS.
My brother, the president of ASAN, has already established the protocol. So please permit me to stand on that protocol. It is my pleasure to say a few words and welcome you to the ASAN-NIAS joint annual meeting holding in this beautiful city of Uyo. I'm visiting Uyo for the first time and I'm highly impressed. I believe we are all delighted to be here and we express profound gratitude to our host for the warm reception and support towards organizing the joint annual meeting. Traditionally, this is a unique stock-taking event where we review annual activities and also plan for the future. Hence, what we are witnessing this week is a culmination of months of planning and hard work by the local organizing committee. And we say kudos to the members and all those that partook in the preparations. Of note is a special effort in reaching out to our keynote speaker, Dr. Akinwumi Adesina, CON, President of the Africa Development Bank, who graciously accepted our invitation. You recall that he established the Department of Animal Husbandry Services in the Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Rural Development during his tenure as minister. For that singular action, we remain eternally grateful to him and indeed to his continued support to our profession. The 5th NIAS Council was inaugurated by the Honorable Minister of Agriculture early this year, former minister, soon after which the council initiated some critical activities towards repositioning NIAS for increased effectiveness. Some of these include reviewing activities of some critical organs, such as the NIAS Consultancy Services Limited, the NIAS Board of Fellows, and the postgraduate school. We also have initiated a major step regarding the issue of the establishment of new animal husbandry research institutes. And hopefully, this should gain some traction in the coming year. Additionally, the council is expected to sign off on a very robust and detailed 5-year strategic plan that is from 2022 to 2026 by the end of this year. The Institute is currently working with the National Board for Technical Education and the International Labour Organization on curricula in animal husbandry for skill acquisition by middle-level workers, which will lead to their certification for skilled labor across international boundaries. Suffice it to note that the Institute has also been recognized by MBT as the Skill Sector Council for Agriculture and Animal Husbandry, which opens a wide range of opportunities for NIAS to develop and validate curricula in animal husbandry for industry attendants, assistants, including their training. Over time and through the efforts of the Institute, several states have been establishing the Departments of Animal Husbandry Services, which is a major achievement for our profession. We have a loaded program and we look forward to a very exciting and educative event in the next 2 days. On behalf of NIAS, I seize this opportunity to welcome all of you and to wish us successful deliberations. Thank you and God bless.
Thank you very much, sir. Still to recognize some eminent personalities in this gathering this morning, all the way from Borno State, we want to recognize the special advisor to the governor of Borno State on animal science and fisheries. He is Honorable Tijani Goni. You're welcome, sir. Another set of recognition, the chairman, Local Government Commission, Akwa Ibom State, Honorable Modoni Ekpo, is represented this morning by the Director of Agricultural Directorate of Local Government Commission. He is Mr. Friday Udo. You're recognized, sir. You know, we've been blessed in this gathering with, for now, 4 notable vice chancellors. We have the representative of the vice chancellor of the University of Calabar seated in this gathering. He is Professor Okom. Professor Okom, sir. You're recognized, sir. The Vice Chancellor of Top Faith University here in Uyo is also here. He is Professor Patrick Ebewo. A former Vice Chancellor of University of Uyo, a member of the Council of Animal Science, Nigerians of Animal Science, and also the Board of Trustees Chairman for Top Faith University, Professor Anya Kansian. Thank you very much, sir. I've been made to know that the first registrar of the Institute of Nigerians of Animal Science, Professor Placid Njoku, His Excellency, Professor Placid Njoku, the Deputy Governor of Imo State, sent in his apology that there is a state assignment that is out to do there. However, he sent his apology and wanted you to know that he cares so much about this association. Next in line, along the line of open remarks now, we want to call on the representative of the Honorable Minister of State for Agriculture and Rural Development. The representative of the Honorable Minister. That particular item has been pushed forward. Now it's time for goodwill messages. Goodwill messages. And I've been asked to call now to goodwill messages once again. We want to call on the Vice Chancellor of Top Faith University, here in Akwa Ibom State, Professor Patrick Ebenwo, to give us his goodwill message.
I stand on existing protocol. Ladies and gentlemen, it is a privilege for me to be invited to participate in this wonderful annual gathering of the Animal Science Association of Nigeria. I bring you good tidings from Top Faith University. Top Faith University, as you all know, is a new baby, a newborn baby. And if you permit me to link you up with what happened during the birth of our Lord Jesus Christ, when Christ was born, wise men went to see him, and other people did same. And I invite you, ladies and gentlemen, to please take a trip to Batak to see Top Faith University. For this conference, ladies and gentlemen, Top Faith University wishes you very well. I am definitely sure that at the end of the deliberations, a lot of people here will be able to be, will be more empowered in terms of livestock's resilience in the post-COVID era. The theme is very opposite, and I wish you well. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. I want to call on the chairman of Akwa Ibom Council of Chiefs, His Eminence Ntanyi Dr. Solomon D. Etuk, JP, represented by Aniete Peters, to give us the goodwill message.
distinguished members of the high table, professors, fellows of the Animal Science Association of Nigeria and the Nigerian Institute of Animal Science, members, graduates, and guests. On behalf of the Okwibom Ibibio and Chairman Akwa Ibom State Council of Chiefs, I want to first of all welcome you to Akwa Ibom State. I want to inform you that Akwa Ibom State is a very peaceful state, as you will find out during the course of your stay in Akwa Ibom State. I also want to bring you felicitations from the entire Council of Akwa Ibom State Council of Chiefs. As you deliberate during your annual meeting, you will go back with good and fond memories of Akwa Ibom State. The Okwibom Ibibio has asked me to extend his felicitations and goodwill to the Animal Science Association and the Nigerian Institute of Animal Science. Once again, I want to say welcome to Akwa Ibom State.
Still in the line of recognitions, we want to recognize the Registrar of Nigerian Institute of Animal Science, who happened to be one of the people taking charge of this program. Is no other person than Professor Eustace Ayomere Iyayi. Yet another person to be recognized this morning is the General Secretary of Animal Science Association of Nigeria, our chief servant, our errand boy, Dr. Olugbenga Ogunwole. I want to call on the Dean of the Faculty of Agriculture, University of Uyo, to please come to read his goodwill message. Professor Godwin Hoodom.
Distinguished member of the high table, let me just stop already on this established protocol. I want to welcome all of you to Akwa Ibom, as already been said. And I want to believe this is a very unique occasion because we know the problem facing animal scientists in the country. And I believe at the end of this conference, you'll be able to find solutions to those tutoring problems. One among them is the scarcity of animal products. You know that it's very difficult for the common man to afford meat now in the country. I want to believe that by the end of this conference, you people will find solutions how the common man can procure meat, and this will help in the food security that we are facing in the country. I know you already enjoy Akwa Ibom State since Sunday, and I'm wishing you a very pleasant moment in the remaining days and safe joining as we'll be going back. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Now I want to call on Professor Akanere Essien to welcome all of us to Uyo. He's one of us. He's an old, a chip of the old block, a respectable gentleman, to give us his goodwill message and welcome to Uyo. Professor Essien.
Good morning, all. Still standing on the existing protocol, it is with great delight I welcome you all to this joint ASEAN-NIAS conference. In 2010, the city of Uyo was privileged to host a similar conference of ASEAN, and it went very well. And our efforts were to repeat what we did in 2010. We thank God that despite of the hurdles, you all have worked so hard, ASEAN-NIAS Excos, to make sure we have a befitting 2021 conference, joint conference. Thank you for coming, and God bless you as we go through all the activities for this short period. Thank you, and God bless you.
Thank you very much, sir. You know, this association is so blessed. We have people coming all the way from Borno, representative of the governor. Now we want to recognize the presence of the Commissioner of Agriculture in Ekiti State. He's a member of this association, he's a fellow, he's a distinguished entrepreneur, and he's a gentleman. Please make welcome Elder Bode Adetoyi. Are the cultural dancers ready? Okay. If they're not ready, we're going to nip it in the bud right there. I want to call on an old hand of the house, all the way from University of Benin. To speak to us, to welcome us, Professor U.J. Ikatua.
Our protocols duly observed. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We want to thank God for this singular opportunity to gather again after the last one. And we want to seriously and sincerely thank the Akwa Ibom State government for allowing to host this meeting. Like Professor Essien said, 1996, we came for UNSAP. 2010, we came for ASEAN. And 2021, we are here for ASEAN-NIAS. May the good Lord continue to prosper all of us in Jesus' name. And then when we come back next year, wherever we are hosting will be complete and safe journey back to everyone who is present here in Jesus' name. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. At this point in time, can we have all the doors to this hall locked? And the only doors that will be opened will be to the gallery. Henceforth, no walking around. If you have any information to pass across, go through the aisle to the people that are there. Without much ado, I want to call on the representative of the Honorable Minister of Agriculture and Rural Development, Dr. Mohammed Mahmoud Abubakar, who is ably represented this morning by Mr. Akim Ibilade, to give us his address.
Kindly permit me to remove this. Thank you very much. My name is Hakim Ibilade, registered animal scientist, Department of Animal Husbandry Services, Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Rural Development. Here representing the Honorable Minister, Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Rural Development, who cannot be here because of official assignment, as well as the Department Secretary, and the Director of Animal Husbandry Services that is supposed to honor us here is unavoidably absent. So may I read the PS speech? Protocol duly observed. It gives me pleasure to be invited to participate in the 10th edition of ASANIA's Joint Annual Meeting, JAM, holding here in Rio as special guest of honor at this ceremony. I wish to congratulate the Animal Science Association of Nigeria, ASAN, and the Nigerian Institute of Animal Science, NIAS, the organizers of the conference, with the theme, Livestock Resilience in the Post-COVID Era. The theme is apt for the current phenomenon that ravaged the world with severe impact on the economies of nations, including Nigeria. The government recognized that Nigeria, being an agrarian nation with huge potentials in livestock resources, was very much affected by the global incidence of COVID-19 and has put up measures to alleviate the effects on livestock farmers. To this end, there is ongoing effort by the ministry to realize the full uptake of the World Bank Livestock Productivity and Resilience Support Project, LPRES, having concluded the government preparation ready for negotiation. This is a 6-year livestock project that is directed at boosting the resilience of livestock farmers and their value chain actors in the face of circumstances like COVID-19 through capacity building, technical and resource support that will enhance productivity and livelihood. Other livestock programs that have received the good attention of the Honorable Minister in an effort to bridge the gap between the production and demand of animal and animal products are, number one, Dairy Development Program, DDP, where the ministry is in collaboration with key multinational and national players in the dairy industry, companies like FC Wamco, Ala Foods, L&Z, and many more. Though the journey to self-sufficiency in milk production in Nigeria appears to be slow, the effort so far is yielding fruit as our partners are expanding their tentacles to widen the base of dairy industry in Nigeria. Number two, the National Livestock Breeds Improvement Program, NALBIP, and National Animal Breeding Policy by the Department of Animal Husbandry Services are further efforts towards improving productivity of our animals for increased output. Number three, National Pasture Development Program, NPDP, is focused on promoting homestead and commercial pasture production for sustainable human production and reduce conflicts between crop and livestock farmers. Number 4, the National Strategic Animal Feed Program for harnessing available natural feed resources in Nigeria for improved livestock production. It is worthy of note here that the first National Animal Feed Summit with the theme, developing a roadmap for animal feed security in Nigeria, is going to hold in few days from now, which I'm confident many of the participants here will attend to make their necessary input. It is my hope that this large gathering of animal science professionals, livestock farmers, academicians, industrialists, policymakers, and other stakeholders in the livestock subsector of Nigerian economy will come out with actionable communique on the theme that will assist the government in the right direction. Ladies and gentlemen, on this note, I wish the participants of a very fruitful conference. Thank you, and God bless. And the registrar has, shall I use the word directed or requested? That this conference is hereby declared open. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Next in line is the keynote address by the President of African Development Bank, who is represented this morning by Mr. Emmanuel Akinwumi of African Development Bank. Mr. Akinwumi is hereby welcome to the podium, sir.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Emmanuel Akinwumi. I'm the principal private sector expert for the African Development Bank based in Nigeria, the Abuja office. This morning, I'm standing in for the president of the African Development Bank on behalf of the Director General of the bank based in the same country office in Nigeria, Mr. Lamin Barrow, who is not able to be here this morning. Standing on 16 protocols, on behalf of the president of African Development Bank Group, President Akinwumi Adesina, I would like to thank you for the invitation to speak to you today on the 10th annual meeting of the Animal Science Association of Nigeria and the Nigerian Institute of Animal Science. President Adesina initially made a commitment to be here personally, but incidentally, as we speak, is in the Netherlands to attend the meeting of Global Center on Adaptation. He is a member of that Global Center for Adaptation. I wish to convey his warm congratulations to you on this occasion and to confirm that the theme, Livestock Resilience in the post-COVID-19 era, is really very, very appropriate at this time. Ladies and gentlemen, the African Development Bank Group recognizes the vital importance of the livestock sector in Africa post-COVID economic recovery efforts. That's why in 2021 and 2022, the African Development Bank plans to spend $700 million to support livestock development projects across African countries. According to the 2019 data from the National Bureau of Statistics in Nigeria, the livestock herds in Nigeria include 19.8 million heads of cattle, 43.4 million sheep, 76 million goats, 7.1 million pigs, and about 230 million chickens. Most animals are raised in extensive production systems comprising smallholders and nomadic herders. You'll be hearing millions and millions. Where are the chickens? Where are the goats? They are all there. But Nigeria has a population of over 200 million. So you can imagine the spread. The main players in the livestock production are basically smallholders, small livestock operators, and entrepreneurs. Large commercial holders are very few, but they are rapidly expanding right now, especially in poultry subsector. Total annual production of milk, meat, and eggs amount to 0.5 billion liters, 1.4 billion and 0.6 million tons, respectively. Livestock provide increased economic stability to rural households in the form of cash buffers as capital reserve and create a hedge against inflation. In the productive sectors, livestock has the greatest capacity to create a multiplying effect, and it is estimated that every additional dollar spent will generate at the household level in sub-Saharan Africa $2.9 in primary livestock production and $5.4 in livestock product processing. Driven by higher consumer demand, the livestock subsector has been growing at the rate of 12.7%, higher than the overall agricultural sector, which growth rate has been recorded at 6.8. That's almost double. 6 years ago, when President Adesina took over the mantle of leadership of the African Development Bank, he launched a bold strategy, which he called high fives. Just identify the problems of Africa, and how to take Africa from poverty club that they don't deserve to be. He launched this bold strategy. The first of these five is what he calls Feed Africa. That's talking about agribusiness. It is an insult that African countries do import food items from countries that are disadvantaged in terms of quality of soil, in terms of quality of weather conditions, in terms of all indicators. Go there, bring food to Africa. It's not acceptable anymore. The second one is Light Africa. You know, Africa almost likely operates in the dark. Even the photographers in those days when I was a little boy, all used to operate in the dark to produce their photographs. I don't think they do that anymore. So no development can take place in the dark. The third item is industrialized Africa. The same vein, especially in Nigeria, almost every conceivable item in Nigeria is imported. If you want to prove me wrong, just look around. Start from the roof to the ground floor. The tables, so many other things imported. Even ordinary toothpicks imported into Nigeria and largely into African countries. This must stop. The idea of producing massively in the farms and shipping them in raw form without adding value must stop. That is what they call mental slavery and entrepreneurial slavery, because it's half-baked. You do the most tedious work
and the one that is lighter. Ship it abroad, shipping employment abroad, shipping economic growth abroad, shipping inclusive growth abroad. That must stop. The fourth item in the agenda is what you call Integrate Africa. Integration has to do with the element of working together for development, be it roads, be it in the area of infrastructures, be it in the area of business. Are we working together in Africa? If you want to fly to Tunis, where is Tunis? Is Tunis in Europe? Tunis is in northern part of Africa. If you want to go from Lagos, what do you fly? Emirates. Where is the base for Emirates? It's in Dubai. So you first of all fly out of Africa and then fly back. Or you can go to BA, our BA. Okay. You are going to Tunisia or you're going to something like going to Egypt. You fly to London first and then you come back to Africa. It's the same thing for vessels. When you import items or when you ship items out of the continent, first of all, go to one strange country, then come back. You want to import something from South Africa, it will go to Italy first, then come back. When you are in Italy, you have to pay for hotel bills, you have to spend your money, you have to help them to grow their economy before you come back to Africa. All of those things are hampering integration in Africa. You go to Europe or the Americas, North America, the level of economic integration is very high. You see, like Canada and the United States, they call them sister countries because of their economic and cultural ties. But instead of us importing something from Ghana or exporting something from Ghana, we first of all go to China, go and import what has been partially produced, partially developed in another African country. That must stop. The last strategy has to do with improving the quality of life of African people. And I will talk about Africa, we are talking about Nigeria, because for every 5 Africans is a Nigerian. It's just very simple. Livestock provide include economic stability to household and cash buffers. 6 years ago, like I mentioned, the president took over and rolled out this agenda to stem the country out of dependence on other countries, to feed itself, doing business in the dark, and refuse to integrate, to work together. A great example of what the African Development Bank Group has done is the Technologies for African Agricultural Transformation, because we can no longer be relying on hoes and cutlasses for modern agribusiness practice. So the Technologies for African Transformation in Agri was rolled out, and to date, 27 countries, including Nigeria, have benefited from this initiative. And in Nigeria specifically, the areas of intervention in terms of commodities are maize, wheat, rice, and aquaculture. Building on the success of this technology, the bank group has also developed another solution, which it calls Livestock Investment Master Plan. I encourage everyone here present to familiarize himself with the programs of the bank, because someone said that if you want to hide something from Africans, what do? Put it in the book, because they won't read it. Don't hide it in the closet or under the ground. No, don't do that. Don't waste your time. Don't put it in the book. They will not read it. A lot of us are here. We don't even take time, even though we spend most of the time punching this equipment they call mobile phone all the time. I think we cannot live without it, but we don't go to websites of African development to find out what do these people have. I have a lot of people contacting me at personal level. Hey, I want to work at African Development Bank. I want to do this. I say, okay, you know what? Can you make an investment of 30 minutes a week? Every week, 30 minutes, go to that site and check their opportunities. They won't do it. Every now and then, opportunities will be coming out, they will not apply. It means that will help them to do it. So these are the type of caution we must try to run away from. Let us familiarize ourselves with what our bank do. It is your bank. African Development Bank is your own bank. It's your institution. Try and get information. Another initiative that the AFDB has done, which you must listen to very well because it's still very, very current. We are just starting. It's what we call special agricultural processing zones. Processing zones in the sense that in Nigeria, we always talk and sing about infrastructural deficit, infrastructural deficit, infrastructural deficit. Excuse me. Don't infrastructural deficit have solutions? Infrastructural deficit, Dangote is producing every day, infrastructural deficit. So the idea of this SAP said now is to look at every part of this country, this God-blessed country, this generously blessed country, and see what does a specific state has. We are not even talking of region now. Every state is blessed. There is no state in this country that is not blessed. Taking cap in hand to Abuja is good, but looking inward, every state is blessed. So what I'm trying to do is that what are the commodities or crops that a specific state has comparative advantage over others? Instead of doing everything, jack of all trades, master of nothing, let's concentrate on what each state has comparative advantage to do and develop it in a commercial scale, in a massive scale, not only in terms of production, but also in terms of processing. Enough of exporting cashew nut in raw form, exporting cocoa in raw form, exporting yams in raw form outside the country. Let's add value. So what that happens, what is going to happen in future is that if a German company is looking for large-scale volume of ginger powder, all they need to do is to go to the Nigerian embassy in Germany right there and ask for information. And they will tell them that Kaduna is the best place for you to go for your ginger. It doesn't matter how much volume of ginger you want, it is available in Kaduna. If it is palm oil, don't let me talk about palm oil, but we have started importing palm oil to Nigeria from a country that came to Nigeria several years back to beg for fruit seedlings to plant. That is the country now where we queue up and import palm oil that is in abundant resources in this part of the country. That must stop. The first phase of the SAPZ, Special Agricultural Processing Zone, is starting from 8 states. And the second phase will follow, and third phase, and so on. We expect to touch every state in this country for that program. You should go and learn about it and see how you can key into it so that you can benefit from it and the country can be happy for it. The bank is so happy that a lot of international institutions are showing interest in this initiative. IFAD, for instance, IFAD has volunteered to participate financially and technically in this project. Even Islamic Development Bank has decided to join to participate in it. To date now, $520 million is on the table for implementation of the first phase. Don't allow us spend that $520 million without any benefit to you, to your state, to your household, and to your businesses. Get information about it, enjoy the benefits. Ladies and gentlemen, the COVID-19 pandemic has hit African economies hard. In the context of the ongoing effort to mitigate the social and economic impacts of the pandemic, we must implement bold reforms to make the livestock sector more resilient as we build better. Only then we can be able to deliver better nutrition, rural poverty, and protect our environment. You may say, where are the statistics coming from? If one guesses that the number of people dying of hunger in this country nowadays is possibly more than the number of people dying of COVID-19. You can ask me to go and find out where the statistics come from. It's a reality. We need to build up our food reserve. African gross domestic product contracted 2.1% in 2020, but is projected to grow by 3.4% this year. The road to recovery may be long and arduous, but our long-term prospects remain positive. Africa is blessed with abundant natural resources and about half of the world's uncultivated stable lands right in Africa. The 1.3 billion strong population is the youngest on the planet Earth and expected to double in size within the next 30 years. The African Continental Free Trade Agreement has been signed by the Nigerian government. Don't allow it get implemented without your participation. With a combined $3.4 trillion as economy in the African continent, the African Continental Free Trade Agreement has potential to lift over 30 million people out of poverty. The livestock sector offers unprecedented opportunities to Nigeria economic recovery efforts. At present, the livestock sector employs around 30% of the rural population, but contribute less than 10% of agricultural GDP. This could increase considerably if investments are made to raise productivity and foster value addition. The demand for livestock products is expected to surge in the years ahead, with a population that is set to double in size from more than 200 million today to nearly 400 million in 2020. Coupled with the rapid urbanization, poultry, beef, and meat consumption are projected to increase by 253%, 117%, and 577% respectively. These statistics are very staggering, but behind all of these staggering statistics are huge opportunities to create jobs, to make a living from agribusiness. Working closely with the private sector initiatives, such as the Technology for African Agricultural Transformation Program, will help increase Africa's total food production by 120 million metric tons and benefit 12 million families within the next 5 years. Productivity lies in the core of Feed Africa. Within the next 10 years, the value of African agribusiness sector is likely to reach $1 trillion. Technology can enable Africans to return into net food exporter, creating huge wealth for farmers and agribusinesses. Artificial intelligence, the Internet of Things, and innovation will drive efficiency of productivity gains. Recently, we learned that some people are planting tomato in the sky with no soil requirement. So when people, they have gone places where and why in Nigeria we are still sleeping. We are not making enough efforts. Let us wake up before we start importing eggs from China. We must continue to adapt to the inevitable consequences of shrinking commons and impact of climate change that sadly have led to escalating conflict between pastoralists and farmers. This in turn poses growing insecurity challenges that undermines development efforts. We have a monumental task ahead of us, but you can count on the African Development Bank, your bank, to be at the forefront of efforts to build the Africa we all want, a healthy Africa where children and adults are well fed, a peaceful Africa where prosperity is a commonplace, an Africa where progress is shared by all. We cannot continue to live by excuses. We again congratulate you for what is this event today. And the African Development Bank in the years ahead are looking for opportunities. We want to explore possibilities of collaborating with you, not just about making presentations in this way. We need to step further to dialogue, collaborate, and explore areas of partnership that can bring a concrete, verifiable, and visible results in the years ahead. Thank you very much for listening to me.
Thank you very much, sir. Mr. Emmanuel Akinwumi is a principal private sector specialist in African Development Bank. He read that speech on behalf of Dr. Akinwumi Adesina, a renowned economist who graduated with a first class from University of Ife with an outstanding PhD from Purdue University in the United States of America. He's a recipient of Rockefeller Foundation, initiator of agri value chain. Actually, the issue of agri value chain in Nigeria cannot be mentioned without mentioning the name Akinwumi Adesina. Dr. Akinwumi Adesina, a former vice president of policy and partnership of the Alliance for Green Revolution in Africa, AGRA, is currently the 8th president of African Development Bank and the first Nigerian president of the bank. You will agree with me that we've been able to catch a big fish. Can you please put your hands together for that wonderful delivery? As a matter of fact, as this program is ongoing, the Deputy Governor of Imo State, His Excellency, Professor Placido Njoku, is streaming online. While the keynote address was ongoing, the Vice Chancellor of Akwa Ibom State University walked in. Is Professor Aniekan Nse Essien. You're welcome, sir. Now, going on with the program, we want to proceed to induction of Professor E.S. Bogoro into the Animal Science Hall of Fame. Now we want to induct Professor Elias Suleiman Bogoro into the Animal Science Hall of Fame. Is this morning represented by Professor Dr. Mustafa Okbola. While I have the honor to call on Professor D.J.U. Kala to read his citation. Can you please stand to be seen, sir?
Thank you. Your Excellencies, let me stand on the existing protocol. The elders of our profession have directed me to read the citation of my mentor and boss, and I'm pleased to do so. An abridged citation of Professor Suleiman Elias Bogoro. Professor Suleiman Bogoro is an erudite scholar, an eminent Nigerian distinguished animal scientist whose exemplary service to academic and public community is worthy of emulation. He obtained his PhD from the Abubakar Tafawa Balewa University in 1997 with composite research work equally shared between ATBU, the Rowett Research Institute in Aberdeen, Scotland, and the Department of Clinical Veterinary Medicine in Cambridge University. His previous degrees were BSc Agriculture from University of Maiduguri in 1981 and Ahmadu Bello University MSc in Animal Science in 1988. He commenced his academic career at the then Federal University of Technology, Bauchi, which was later renamed Abubakar Tafawa Balewa University, Bauchi, as a pioneer graduate assistant in the faculty then School of Agriculture in 1984, where he rose to the rank specializing in biochemistry and ruminant nutrition in 2003. Professor Bogoro is versatile, a prolific researcher with numerous impactful publications and scientific innovation to his credit. Professor Bogoro's passion for quality education is unparalleled. This is demonstrated in his writing, his lectures, and advocacies, both in the print and in the electronic media. He is an extremely very interesting and a witty man who loves teaching and taught and supervised and mentored several postgraduate students at MSc and PhD levels, with a number of us now professors. And let me add, despite his tight schedule, Professor Bogoro sometimes squeezed time to examine PhD. He did that about 3 weeks ago in University of Ibadan. This can only be from a thoroughbred professional who loves his profession and loves his work. He has delivered numerous high-profile lectures in excess of 70. At the last count, he has delivered over 15 university convocation lectures. And let me say that this is, dwelling on compelling topics, mainly on research trust and funding of both public and private universities in Nigeria. And he is adjudged one of the loudest voice canvassing for the institutionalization of research and development in Nigeria. This has led him to convene the TED Fund Research and Development Standing Committee, RDSC, made up of eminent Nigerians, some of the very best, and some also represented here. who have worked tirelessly to recommend the establishment of National Research and Development Foundation that will become a common platform for researchers and industry, private sector, consistent with the demands for contemporary knowledge economy, which is more futuristic for our present exhaustible resources and commodity-based economy. Knowledge economy, his watchword. Bogoro has served as an executive secretary of TEDFund in 2014 to 2016. And on January 21st, 2019, President Muhammadu Buhari GCFR reinstated him back as ES. This is an unprecedented act in history of public service in Nigerian public service. Having been investigated and cleared of all, I repeat, all allegations against him, the government added that his disengagement ab initio was done in error. This does not come to us as a surprise, as in 2005, when he was appointed the governing council chairman of Federal Polytechnic Nekede Owerri, up to 2007, which he served, he was bestowed with the traditional title of Ekweme of Abo Mbise, which means the man of his words. 12 months after he has taken over the Federal Polytechnic Nekede as a council chairman for his unprecedented transformation of the Polytechnic in August 2006, he was given that, he was confirmed by the successor governing council that gave him fellowship of the Polytechnic upon the recommendation of the academic board of the Polytechnic, thus becoming the first and so far the only former chairman to be given such an honor. And in addition, he is the Gendum of ZAR, which means the pillar of ZAR. He's the pillar of Animal Science Association as well, not for his own people. He is the official orator of the Abubakar Tafawa Balewa University, Bauchi, and to his credit is the visionary innovation of the creation of specialist centers in ATVU and TEDFund, being the Agro-Meteorological Center, where he was the foundation director in 2004, and I am privileged to be the current director. He is also the person who created the Science and Technology Entrepreneurship Development Center at Tafawa Balewa in 2014, and the Dairy Research and Development Center of Abubakar Tafawa Balewa University. The fourth being that in 2014, when he was appointed Executive Secretary of TEDFund, he established the Department of Research and Development and Centers of Excellence in TEDFund. This is highly commendable. Professor Bogoro was awarded a Doctor of Science honoris causa by the Taraba State University, Jalingo, at her maiden convocation on the 24th of March in 2018, in recognition of his sound policies and leadership in infrastructural development and public and tertiary institutions. He is a member and a fellow of several societies. The British Society of Animal Science. He is a fellow of the Nigerian Academy of Science and a distinguished animal scientist. And let me read out some of the fellowships. He is a fellow of the a foundation fellow of the Nigerian Institute of Animal Science, a fellow of the Animal Science Association of Nigeria, a fellow of the Nigerian Society of Animal Production, a fellow of the Postgraduate College of Animal Sciences in Nigeria. He is a fellow of the Federal Polytechnic Nekede Owerri, as I mentioned earlier. He is also a fellow of the Society for Peace Studies and Practice and their current board chairman. He is a fellow of the Solar Energy Society of Nigeria and a fellow of the Society for Educational Management in Nigeria. And most recently, he is the fellow and the only one for the Institute of Agricultural Research and Training, IAR&T. Other recognition include, the Nigerian Society of Animal Production Captain of Industry, the overall best chief executive officer of Nigerian public sector in 2015. This was an award by Newswatch magazine. Little wonder, his reinstatement was heavily celebrated by the staff of TED scholars, and the public. It is widely reported that he is the most celebrated chief executive in public service. In 2017, the landmark University of Moran awarded him the Agricultural Development and Practice Award. He is a recipient of the African Achievers Award of Excellence. And last year, the Nigerian Society for Animal Production gave him an award of excellence for his promotion of dairy science research and development. Bogoro has demonstrated uncommon exemplary public and community service through FACEPAM, that's Forward in Action for Education and Poverty, a Bauchi-based NGO he established in 1998. And let me say that the first activity of FACEPAM was to organize an international conference on promoting small-scale livestock production south of Sahara, and it was well attended by practitioners from the country and beyond. And he is currently a board chairman of over 10 NGOs, including National Association for Peaceful Election and the Society of Peace, as I've mentioned earlier. He's a versatile consultant, team leader, and project manager who has done consultancies for World Bank, UNDP, USAID, DFID, OSIWA, NACA, IFS, and a host of others. But particular interest is that he is a member of the Presidential Advisory Committee on Alternative Livestock Formulation in 1989, and a number of presidential committees, including the Food Security and Food Policy in the year 2000 and 2001. He was a foundation member of the Committee for the Establishment of Bauchi State University, and currently he's a member of their Governing Council and Board of Trustees. Let me say that he is also a member of the Governing Council of the Bells University, Ota, and the University of Ibadan think tank, University of Ibadan Research Foundation think tank. Professor Bogoro derives pleasure in community service, reading widely to expand his intellectual horizon, and watching sports on TV, especially football and boxing, and athletics at his leisure time. Your Excellency, sir, with this abridged citation, I present to you Professor Suleiman Elias Bogoro, Fellow of the Academy of Science, an iconic patriot, a leader par excellence, who has contributed immensely for the growth of animal science profession in Nigeria and beyond, to be inducted into the Animal Science Hall of Fame as a pioneer inductee.
I'm sure with the citation read, this man deserves a standing ovation. Thank you very much. Professor Bogoro is actually streaming online. He's following the proceedings of this program. However, Dr. Mustafa Popola is standing in for him. At this point in time, I want to hand over to the President of Animal Science Association of Nigeria. You may be seated, please. Thank you very much. And the Registrar of the Nigerian Institute of Animal Science. Sorry, sir. The President of NIAS, Professor B.Y. Abubakar.
Hello.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it is with deep humility and great pride in my heart that I offer or I stand here to adore and confer this highest award and induction of this great man, Professor Bogoro. Professor Bogoro, we cherish you a lot, and we know the program is streaming live and you are watching us live. We are very proud of you. Animal science is a noble profession made up of astute men. You are in the mode of Mandela. You are in the mode of Mandela, and you have taken us to a very great places. Thank you so much. You are not here at a particular time. We will dress you appropriately. Thank you so much.
Professor Bogoro, we have to say a few words. And I'm sure we can listen to him online.
Sure.
The technical crew.
Hello there.
Hi, Prof. I can hear you.
Right.
Congratulations. Congratulations, sir.
Thank you very much. I'm happy you seem to be hearing me very clearly.
Yeah, you're audible.
Thank you very much. I joined about 30 minutes ago, coinciding with the commencement of the induction of my induction into the Hall of Fame. A great privilege that I consider, coming from the totality of the platform of a profession I'm so proud of. With humility, I want to first and foremost pronounce myself that I have accepted with greatest respect for the leadership and the entire membership of our great profession, this honor. And I believe that I am just chanced to be the first to be so honored that many right in that hall watching that are members of our profession that have provided leadership could have had this honor before me. I am humbled to have been asked to have the opportunity to be so honored. And I am aware that we have the foundation president of the Nigerian Institute of Animal Science, the man that I will jokingly say I am reluctant to describe or address him as His Excellency, the Deputy Governor. I'm more comfortable when I address Professor Placid Njoku as Professor. But I know that God has made it possible that one of us is a deputy governor in one of the Nigerian states, the great Imo State. Prof, I just felt I should pay appropriate tribute and express respect to what you represent. Permit me proceed with pain to recall that we are unable to recognize the immediate past president of the Nigerian Institute of Animal Science, Professor Israel Folorunsho Adu, that we lost sadly last year while in office. He meant so many things to me, just like Professor Placid Njoku. They all taught me in Abu Zaria during my master's program. And of course, all the other platforms, Nigerian Society for Animal Production, and indeed, animal science moment to announce my award. I am very honored and I use this opportunity to acknowledge past presidents and not missing out the founders of the glorious profession of animal science today, the V.A. Oyenugas of this world that we have lost, the J. Babatundes of blessed memory, and the great teachers and mentors of ours that are seated in that hall. I want to also use this opportunity to recognize and with utmost respect, the president of African Development Bank, AFDB, our own, proudly so, Dr. Adeshina, the man that we are proud, he is one of us as an agri professional, the man that many have said, and it's difficult to beat it, that he remains the best minister of agriculture Nigeria might have ever had. And we remain very proud of him. I apologize that I had to take some days for medical check in London, and I had to respect appointments that have been so scheduled. Otherwise, I wouldn't miss the opportunity of standing before you physically. But I asked Dr. Ayo Mustafa Kukola, my technical assistant in charge of R&D, a subject matter that is so dear to my heart, to stand in for me. I thank you very much. I've always said I was influenced to read agriculture by my missionary teachers at the boys' school, Gindri. And I wouldn't go for anything except agriculture. And I'm therefore very proud to have proceeded to specialize in animal science, ruminant nutrition and biochemistry precisely. And I played my small role, and I intend so long I'm breathing, I will continue to play my supportive role for the profession. And at a time that the agri sector is underperforming because of a number of things that have not been done right as yet, I chose to institutionalize R&D through my vision and contribution. And in the case of the agri sector, and the livestock subsector to create an opportunity to inject value addition in the agri sector, the absence of which has been responsible for the poor performance of the agri sector. It pains me that some years back, the agri sector in Nigeria was contributing 41% of the GDP of the nation. It went down to 25 recently, or about that. And it is sad that in terms of fiscal or economic contribution, it is perhaps just about 5%. That is unacceptable. And the livestock subsector is the worst for it. It has continued to be the most laggard of the two subsectors. And I believe that we all have a responsibility to reverse this status, because in more advanced economies, in the agri sector, the livestock subsector contributes more in terms of fiscal value. We can change this. And that is why at the IRNT at Ibadan recently, I made a case in support of what Professor Placid Njoku, Foundation President of the Institute of Animal Science, has made for the unbundling, literally, of NAPRI that has for long been the face of the Livestock Subsector Research Institute. Unbundling to species-based characterization of the priority areas, that if we have research institutes in those species areas that we believe we need to focus on to change the narrative of the livestock subsector, we must do that. And I'm happy to share my thoughts that was expressed at the IAR annual lecture some weeks ago. I do not intend to bore you, but let me once more thank all of you for considering me for this honor. But I can assure you that, God willing, I'm not done yet. And each time I meet proud members of our profession and they're appreciating those small things that I've done, it is more of an injection for me to continue to do the little I've done to make it more impactful. I thank you all. God bless you all. God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria. We can make a difference, and using the agri resources, the livestock subsector resources, make our country earn foreign exchange in a manner we might never have thought about it. God bless you, and thank you once more.
On a sincere note, is a jolly good fellow. Can we put our hands together for him again? Now we want to listen to a tribute to be given by the President of the Nigerian Institute of Animal Science, Professor B.Y. Abubakar.
It gives me great pleasure on behalf of NIAS to congratulate and facilitate with Professor Bogoro on his well-deserved induction into the Animal Science Hall of Fame as a pioneer inductee. Being a highly respected and admired leader across the animal science profession and beyond, this honor does not come to us as a surprise. Professor Bogoro personifies a true intellectual and a patriot with an unequal passion that infects all with whom he engages. A scientific giant, a worthy ambassador of our profession, whose dedication to work and patriotism has inspired many. He has consistently supported our profession by funding animal science conferences, activities, and programs, and in some instances, providing grants to postgraduate students of animal science to enhance the quality of their research. Professor Bogoro shares his innovative ideas, as well as incorporating novel technologies, methods, and approaches from the moment they became available. His enthusiasm for a paradigm shift from a commodity-based to a knowledge-based economy has led, as you've heard earlier, to the inauguration of the TED Fund Standing Committee on Research and Development to cover the various subsectors. His highly remarkable ability to identify talents. And you can see Professor Popola here is one of those that he caught, has led him to assemble what we can refer to as cream de la cream on this unprecedented, laudable initiative across divides, as well as across the length and breadth of this country. The eventful birth of the National Research and Development Foundation would indeed be his special gift to the nation. He has most uniquely remained focused in advocating for increased funding for research and development, and especially increased funding for agricultural research. His brilliant lectures, as has been mentioned in his citation, have made him often the most sought after keynote speaker at professional level and on matters of national interest, to the extent that lately he's been given some titles. And I think those were also mentioned in his citation. I have had the privilege of working closely with him over the years, while benefiting immensely, as have others, from his wise and deep knowledge of the Nigerian animal agriculture industry. The depth and breadth of his knowledge on the various fields of animal science is indeed quite incredible. Today, we congratulate Professor Bogoro, who, despite his exalted position as the Executive Secretary of TED Fund, his many achievements, and several prestigious awards and recognitions, has remained humble and accessible. On behalf of the Niaz family, and indeed the animal science family, we thank and congratulate you for your hard work, diligence, dedication, unwavering support, and your long-standing commitment to the profession of animal science. Your high standards and scientific excellence have been duly recognized and appreciated. We hold you in high esteem and believe that Nigeria is yet to see the best of you. Undoubtedly, a goldfish has no hiding place.
Thank you very much, Professor B.Y. Abubakar, OFR. While the proceedings were ongoing, a few eminent personalities came in. We have the honor in our midst, the governor of Akwa Ibom State, His Excellency, Dr. Udom Emmanuel. He is today represented by the Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Agriculture, Akwa Ibom State, in the person of Mrs. Mary Uko Etebasi. Please come to the high table, ma. Thank you very much, ma'am. The Commissioner for Agriculture, the Honorable Commissioner for Agriculture and the Minister of Agriculture here in Akwa Ibom State, Dr. Glory Edet, is represented by the Director of Veterinary Services, Dr. Obot. You are recognized, sir. The Director of Animal Husbandry Services in the Ministry of Agriculture in Akwa Ibom State is similarly recognized. We have in this gathering, like I said a while ago, a few vice chancellors of universities in and around Nigeria. Present at this gathering with us is the Vice Chancellor of University of Uyo, Professor Yaudo Ndayo. Along the same vein, some of the members of the Board of Trustees of Animal Science Association of Nigeria are here. We have the first president of Animal Science Association of Nigeria, Mr. Funsho Ogunshino. The first female president of Animal Science Association is also here to be recognized, Mrs. Mokwelola Motosho. And the immediate past president of ASAN, Pastor Taiwo Adeoye. Thank you very much. We're going with the program. Now we are to initiate the induction of registered animal sciences. And at this point in time, with your pleasure, I want to hand over to the registrar of NIAS, Professor Eustace Iyayi.
Excellency, the Executive Governor of Akwa Ibom State, ably represented at the Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Agriculture, Excellency, the Honorable Minister of Agriculture, represented by our own Mr. Akim Ibilade, the President of NIAS, Professor Biwa Abubakar, President of ASAN, Her Lordship, the Chief Judge, also ably represented, my Hall of Famer, Professor A.S. Bogoro, represented by our own Professor Popola, eminent personalities. I won't forget Dr. Additional is with us, represented by Mr. Emmanuel Akinwumi, and other eminent personalities present, both on the high table and on the other side. Our fellow animal scientists, inductees of today who are coming to the Institute. It's my pleasure on behalf of the Institute and the Council to invite the President of the Institute, Professor B.Y. Abubakar, to declare the initiation of these new inductees open so that we can proceed.
By the powers conferred on me as President of the Institute, I declare this induction ceremony open.
Thank you, sir. We will now proceed with the induction. And I would like to request all inductees to please stand up and remain standing. At this time, we would like to kindly request that all movements should please cease. There should be no distraction because this is a solemn ceremony. Please, no movements. Photographers, paparazzis, leave us alone for now. You will have time to snap them when they finish. Thank you. My pleasure to call on the Chief Judge of the state to please you will come forward after I read my charge, and you will come forward, ma'am, to administer the oath. So my charge. Dear registered animal scientists, having been found worthy in character and learning to be inducted as registered animal scientists into the Nigerian Institute of Animal Science, may I inform you that there are responsibilities, obligations, and behaviors that will be expected of you as registered animal scientists. One, there is a code of ethics for animal scientists which specifies the behavior expected of you in your service as registered animal scientists. Two, there are financial obligations specified by the Institute from time to time, which you have to pay. Three,
You are to display honesty and respect for senior colleagues at all times. 4, you are to submit yourself to mandatory continuing professional education, also at all times. And 3, you must have the fear of God in the discharge of your responsibilities. Having been charged concerning these responsibilities as registered animal scientists, if there is any one of you whose conscience will not be able to abide by this, he or she at this moment is free to disrobe and to exit the hall. Okay. Seeing that none is disrobing and exiting, I will proceed. Dear registered animal scientists, having elected freely to be inducted as registered animal scientists of the Nigerian Institute of Animal Science, please raise up your right hand and you will say after the Chief Judge, who is coming now to administer the oath unto you. I have the pleasure to invite Her Lordship, the Chief Judge, to please administer the oath.
You will repeat after me. I mention your names. Being admitted into the animal science profession, do solemnly swear that I will truthfully discharge my responsibilities with the profession. My clients and all stakeholders in animal agriculture, using my scientific skills for the conservation of animals and animal resources and the enhancement of the animal industry. In true conscience, I pledge to practice my profession with diligence and dignity, in line with the noble ethics of the profession. As a registered animal scientist, I accept to regularly update my professional knowledge, skills, and competence in animal science for the good of self and the nation. So help me God. Congratulations.
Please remain standing as I invite the President to please step forward and formally welcome you into the Institute. President, please.
By the powers conferred on me as president of the Institute, I admit you all into the Nigerian Institute of Animal Science. From this day forth, you may add the acronym RAS and as a suffix to your names. Congratulations once more.
Congratulations. You can now shake hands. As far as COVID allows, be careful. Thank you. Thank you. And I'll call on the president of the institute to again please step forward, close the induction, and give his exhortation. President.
By the powers conferred on me as president of the Institute, I hereby declare this induction ceremony closed. You can sit down, please. I want to stand on existing protocol. On this special day, the 7th of September, 2021, we have witnessed the gathering of eminent animal scientists in this historic city of Uyo. And of greater importance is the induction of a new set of registered animal scientists into the Nigerian Institute of Animal Science. We gather here to celebrate these new inductees, whose career, no doubt, has taken a leap for upward mobility with greater opportunities open to them. Induction events are usually a gateway to move from one level to another, often with the surety that the new status is one that will add value to the career progression of the inductee. So I believe that this same expectation is true of all our animal scientists who have gained entry into the Institute today. As it is with all profession, earning a membership status is usually by dint of hard work, but also staying relevant in the profession is even harder and requires all the seriousness needed. These ones here today gave their all to achieve where they are now. Distinguished new RAS, please accept our hearty congratulations. You are now coming into the Institute at a most auspicious time. While I recognize that many of you may already be busy in the livestock industry by involvement in one form of business or another along the value chains, your membership of the Institute will be tested as we try to form a convergence of ideas that will bring solutions to the myriad of problems plaguing our animal husbandry industry in Nigeria. As the Institute empowered by our law to regulate all issues pertaining to animal husbandry in the country, your knowledge, expertise, potential, and resilience will be greatly taxed as we join hands with the government to actualize our mandate. Our country faces food insecurity problems, particularly animal food insecurity. The challenges facing us are enormous, ranging from social insecurity, climate change, population explosion, COVID-19 pandemic, and dwindling disposable income of the citizens. The declining fortunes of animal agriculture business has forced many ventures and operations to close. At the same time, our food import is rising, animal products not exempted. For example, the country spends about $1.5 billion annually on milk importation. This is because whereas our national requirement for milk is 1.3 million metric tons, our production is about 600,000 metric tons, leaving a supply gap of about 700 metric tons that has to be met through importation. This same pattern exists for other animal food products. Your call to the Institute today is therefore a call to join the workforce in the profession so as to help lift our people out of poverty and eradicate protein undernutrition. Let me thank the former Honorable Minister of Agriculture and Rural Development, Alhaji Muhammad Sabona Nono, who himself is an honorary fellow of the Institute, for his support for the Institute. Nias is grateful to His Excellency, the Executive Governor of Akwa Ibom State, Mr. Udom Emmanuel, for approving the migration of all animal scientists in the local government commission to the CONHES salary scale. On the request of the Institute. We appreciate members of the council, management, and staff of the Institute, and indeed all animal scientists for the journey so far and the remarkable progress the Institute has made. Nothing could have been achieved without your commitment and dedication. I charge all animal scientists here present to recognize that the curriculum we are operating now is no longer in tune with the challenges of today. The Institute has submitted a draft curriculum to the National Universities Commission for consideration and approval, and work is in progress in that regard. This underscores the need for the mandatory continuing professional examination, MCP, and constant upgrading of knowledge. For all new registered animal scientists, even as you wear your new appellation, RAS, with pride and decorum, realize that you face the Herculean task of going into the world and expected to feed a hungrier population. I charge you to take your duties and the Institute with a high sense of responsibility. Do not be involved in anything that will tarnish the image of the profession. Be men and women of honor and integrity. Once again, accept my warm congratulations. God bless the animal science profession. God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
Thank you very much, Professor B.Y. Abubakar, OFR. A very quick observation. Members of the Communique Committee are Professor Segun Ojebi, Dr. Boye Fafiolu, Dr. Ilya Amza, MS Idongesit Akman, Professor I. Etela, Dr. Mustafa Sabonaldo, and Professor S.B. Adamu. Professor S.B. Adamu is the chairman, while Dr. Boye Fafiolu is the secretary. Please, you have to put your hearts together so that at the end of the program, a communique will be released. In like manner, with due respect, sir, I've been asked to call to the high table the Vice Chancellor of Akwa Ibom State University, Professor Nse Essien. With due respect, sir. Osha, please lead him to the high table. He has gone. Now we're going on with the program, and I request that the General Secretary of Animal Science Association will please come to the high table here. We need to put heads together. While the General Secretary is coming up, I have the pleasure to invite to the podium the President of Animal Science Association of Nigeria, Mr. Raymond Isiadenso.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we have entered into another round of our inductions again, which has become very traditional of this noble profession. And I would want my able and experienced General Secretary to come up for the inductions we have at hand right now. I think he has stepped out. We have series of inductions. Some animal scientists that have distinguished themselves professionally over the years will be awarded the Fellowship Award of the association due to their unblemished okay. Before, I've just been informed by the LOC chairman that an interlude of cultural dance can take place. So the The traditional dancers can come in.
Hello. Go. We're going to proceed with the awards of Animal Science Association of Nigeria. And they have categories of awards, several awards, ranging from captains of industries to royal fathers and to distinguished animal science. At this point in time, we shall proceed to the award for the royal father. And the royal father that will be awarded is His Eminence, Nteyi Dr. Solomon Etuk, JP, the Oku Ibom Ibibio, the chairman of Akwa Ibom State Council of Chiefs, who is represented this morning by Mr. Anete Peters. Please come up, sir. While the citation for the royal father will be read by Professor Godwin Udom, who is the Dean of the Faculty of Agriculture, University of Uyo.
Thank you. Distinguished member of the high table, distinguished participants, please permit me to stand on the already established protocol. It is a privilege and honor for me to read the citation of His Eminence Etenyin Solomon D. Etuk today. His Eminence Etenyin Solomon D. Etuk, JP, Okuibomi Bibio, and Patricia Bibio people worldwide, it is son of the royal father of Daniel Ibok Etuk from Nung Ibok Udo Idiong in Ikorok Paidem, in Dung Okubo, of Ikot Okubo. Nung Ebo, Ibakman sit, Western sit in Sirubium. The monarch was born on 21st September 1958. He's a great man. His beloved mother, Madame Koyo Udoisen in Oidem, of blessed memory, hailed from Ikore Penudo, Nungu Moekpe, or from Ibiakbandu Wong Ebo, Nsirubium local government area. He attended St. Mary Primary School, Isalu Isingim, Oyo State, and obtained his first school living certificate in 1974. He went on to obtain his West African School certificate in 1982 as St. Patrick College, Ikoransa, Calabar, Cross River State. With his passion for knowledge, he obtained a Bachelor of Science degree at the University of Calabar, Cross River State, in 2007. He also obtained MBA in the same university in 2010. In 2017, he obtained LLB from the National Open University of Nigeria and equally holds MSc on conflict resolutions from the National Open University of Nigeria. It's an academy. Thank you. His rise on the traditional tour has been gradual. Leadership began when he emerged as the village head of Ikot Okubo, Nsirubium local government in 1998. He was later selected as the group head of Ibiakman group of 9 villages in 2004. With its proven leadership, the people of Western State, comprising of 32 villages, unanimously selected him to be their clan head in 2012. Please, can you clap for him? He later became the paramount leader of Nsirubium local government area, made up of 64 villages, a position that made him to be the president of Nsirubium Traditional Rulers Council, TRC, Akwa Ibom State. His diligence in leadership has won him various responsibilities. He has served in various peace and conflict resolution positions, which includes Chairman, Police Community Relation Committee, Nsirubium, 2003 to 2005. Chairman, Akwa Ibom Traditional Rulers Dispute Committee in 2017, and was also reappointed in 2018 to serve as a member of the committee. As a man of wisdom, the royal father is a sound arbiter on issues of disputes, conflicts among disputants brought before him for peaceful and mutual coexistence. He has also brought some as an entrepreneur, community developer, a reverend business mogul. As a captain of industry, Etenye Netuk is a chairman, CEO, and managing director of a number of companies. As a philanthropist and a sport enthusiast, he has keen interest in fostering unity, peace, and love within and outside his domain, and has a healthy policies of collaboration with all tiers of government. He's a peacemaker. He promotes cultural renaissance and preservation of Ibibio heritage and propagates unity, equity, and social justice in the country. The ascension to Ibom stool. The Supreme Council of Ibibio Traditional Rulers, Ibibio, on Friday, September 14, 2018, unanimously selected Etenye Solomon Dandereto as the Oku Ibom Ibibio and the president of the council, meaning the patriarch of Ibibio nation. Please, can you clap for him? It's not an easy thing. He was accordingly proclaimed as Oku Ibom Ibibio on Saturday, November 17, 2018, and formally crowned on Monday, December 31st, 2018, as the premier traditional rulers of the Ibibios at Asani Bibio, Ikoro Kuikono, Uyo. As Oku Ibom Ibibio, Etenye Solomon Danderetu JP is the president, Ibom Ibibio, Supreme Council of the Ibibio Traditional Rulers. His Eminence, Etenye Solomon Dande, is the Chancellor, Akwa Ibom State University, Ikoro Paden local government area. He's also in the academy. He was appointed to the position by the visitor to the university, the governor of Akwa Ibom State, in April 2019. On Monday, September 23rd, 2019, His Eminence Etenye Solomon Eto was sworn in as the 30th chairman of Akwa Ibom State Council of Chiefs. Please, a hand of applause. By His Excellency, Governor Udom Emmanuel, as a part of the activities to mark the 32nd anniversaries of the creation of Akwa Ibom State. He is a member of the National Council of Traditional Rulers of Nigeria and South Monarchs Forums. He is happily married to Akua Abongwan phenomenon Solomon Ito, and the union is blessed with children. I present hereby Etenye, please. Thank you, sir.
students will now stand up to confer the award.
Wish to offer to present this award of Royal Finance Award to His Eminence, Dr. Solomon Daniel Eto, JP, who became Ibibio, a patriarch of Ibibio land.
Now we go to the Distinguished Animal Science Awards, and we have a couple of them. I have the pleasure to call on to stand in front of everybody, Professor C.C. Nwosu. His citation will be read by Professor Udo Abbott. One, maximum 2 minutes. Supposed to be a one-page citation.
Thank you, President of the Institute and President of NIAS, all other protocols duly observed. Yesterday night, I was given a 4-page citation on Emeritus Professor C.C. Nwosu to compress into 1 page. And I struggled to do that. What I'll present at this time is just a little of what I have been able to achieve on Emeritus Professor Dr. Sir Chijioke Christopher Nwosu, Mmụta 1 of Olokoro. And he was born at Obuohia, Itaja, Olokoro, Umuahia, Abia State, on 28 May 1938. He had, that's 83 years ago, had distinction in first school living certificate, obtained Cambridge certificate, grade 1 in 1980 at the famous College of Immaculate Conception, Enugu, with a dad fellowship, with a USAID scholarship. He left for the United States of America in 1962 and subsequently bagged a BSc Honors 1965 at California State Polytechnic University, MSc Animal Husbandry, specializing in animal breeding and genetics in 1967 from University of California, Davis, California. Professor Nwosu returned to Nigeria in March 1967 at the beginning of the Civil War, but shortly after the end of the war, with a German dad scholarship, he enrolled in Justus Liebig University, Gießen, Germany in 1972 and earned his PhD in 1975. Professor Nwosu was employed as a lecturer at the University of Nigeria, Nsukka in 1970. He assumed the academic chair of Professor of Animal Genetics and Breeding on October 1, 1987. Since February 2006, he has been a celebrated Professor Emeritus of Animal Science in that university. Professor Nwosu is a thoroughbred professional. In conjunction with Dutch consultants, Professor Nwosu consulted for the Kenyan Agricultural Research Institute in Naivasha, Kenya in 1992. He also served as animal breeding consultant to the National Livestock Projects Division, Kaduna, for 5 years. In his career, Professor Nwosu attended over 80 conferences, workshops, and world congresses, nationally and internationally. He served as invited speaker at a number of world congresses and conferences. CC, as he is fondly called, is a scholar of international repute. He was a Fulbright Head Scholar in 1980 at the University of California, Davis. As a DAD visiting scholar, he was at the Technical University of Berlin, Germany in 1983 and 1992. This brilliant scholar also won DAD fellowships to Justus Liebig University here in Germany in 1997 and 2001. Indeed, Professor Dr. C.C. Nwosu is a researcher par excellence. As a lecturer at the University of Nigeria, Nsukka, he won the Senate Research Grant Award for 5 times to genetically investigate the local chicken, motoro, cattle, and pig production traits. He also won National Research Grant Awards. As he researched intensively with his students and associates, they published profusely both in national and international journals. His autobiography, Memoranda Chijokana, is available on the internet. That is the biography of Emeritus Professor Nwosu, which he wrote. Emeritus Professor Nwosu has over the years been honored nationally and internationally. He's a member of the American Association of Advancement of Science, AAS, active member of New York Academy of Sciences, and listed in the 13th and 14th editions of the Marquis Who is Who in the World. Nationally, Emeritus Professor Nwosu was a joint coordinator of the nationally coordinated research program in poultry, piggery, and rabbitry for Southeast Zone. He was appointed chairman, Nigerian Institute for Oil Palm Research, Benin Governing Board, and appointed member of the Agricultural Research Council of Nigeria. This registered animal scientist has been external examiner to over 50 universities, colleges of agriculture, colleges of education, and polytechnics in Nigeria. He has also served as external examiner for professional and academic board of National Animal Production Research Institute, Zaria, and a number of other things. Ladies and gentlemen, Emeritus Professor C.C. Nwosu is married to Lady Wanyoma Nwosu, and the marriage is blessed with 5 enterprising and fulfilled children, most of whom have postgraduate degrees to their rights. Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, I present to you this Iroko, Emeritus Professor, Dr. Chijioke Christopher Nwosu, registered animal scientist, fellow of the Nigerian Institute of Animal Science, fellow of the Nigerian Society for Animal Production, a noble Knight of St. John International, Mota 1 of Ologoro Kingdom. Thank you very much.
The President of Animal Science Association, sir.
Before I give Emeritus retired Professor Chijoke Nwosu this award, I want to say that he taught me in 1987. He is the father of breeders and an astute animal scientist. So I'm humbled to offer and to give him this award today. Thank you, sir.
Next in line for the conferment of Distinguished Animal Scientist Award is the Chairman of Board of Trustees of Animal Science of Nigeria, a beef cattle farmer, a respectable gentleman, also a grandfather. Please welcome Professor Olusegun Oshinowo. And to read his citation is the immediate past president of ASAN. Please, strictly 2 minutes. Pastor Taiwo Adeoye.
May I ask that if you have ever been a student of Professor Olusegun Ayodeji Oshinowo, should please stand up on your feet while I read his citation. Thank you. It is a great privilege for me to read the citation of an academic of international repute, Professor Olusegun Ayodeji Oshinowo. Olusegun Oshinowo, Fellow of Nigerian Society of Animal Production and Fellow of Animal Science Association of Nigeria, is a retired professor of animal physiology. Born in 1950 at Moore Plantation, Ibadan. He graduated in 1972 from the University of Ibadan with a Bachelor of Science degree in agriculture with special honors in animal science. The foundation of his interest in animal physiology was laid by Professor J. Steinbach at UI and built upon by Dr. Steve Salomon at the University of Sydney and fully established by Dr. H. Dot at the Animal Research Station, Institute of Animal Physiology, Cambridge. He gratefully acknowledges the unquantifiable support of his late parents in his education, particularly his father, who was an agricultural officer. He also acknowledges the contributions of his numerous teachers, students, and colleagues to his research output. Olusegun was the recipient of the German Academic Exchange Scholarship for the later part of his studies at UI, the Commonwealth Scholarship by the Australian government for his master's, and the Commonwealth Fellowship by the United Kingdom government for his postdoctoral research. Professionally, Olusegun worked as a research fellow at the National Animal Production Research Institute, NAPRI, Ahmadu Bello University from 1976 to 1994, becoming a professor in 1987. He transferred his services to the Federal University of Agriculture, Abeokuta, FUNAB, in 1994, where he voluntarily retired in 2014. He taught several undergraduate and postgraduate courses in animal physiology and supervised his several master's and PhD students, many of whom have become professors in their own right. Notably among his achievements are the Yankasa Ship Breathing Project at NAPRI and the Kalahari Red Gold Project at FUNAB. He also played a key role in the establishment of the Department of Animal Physiology at FUNAB. Professor Oshinowo was the founding editor of the Journal of Animal Production Research, NAPRI, and the Asset Journal, FUNAB. He has authored and co-authored several scholarly articles in animal physiology. Olusegun is currently the Chief Executive Officer of Sofield Academic Services Limited and Abbas Ranch Limited, named after his mother and father respectively. He is also a member of the Board of Trustees, the current chairman of the Board of Trustees, Animal Science Association of Nigeria, Nigerian Society for Animal Production, Cattle Ranching Association of Nigeria, and Malacologic Society of Nigeria. He is married to Borun Todun, and they are blessed with children and grandchildren. Your Excellencies, the President of NEAS, President of ASAN, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I present to you an academic of international repute, my own very teacher in the undergraduate level, a man that we can say is an incorruptible leader in Nigeria, who has given himself to the service of this noble profession, the best profession in the world. The profession that God loves most. I present to you Professor Olusegun Ayodeji Oshinowo for the award of Distinguished Animal Scientist.
I call on the President and the Secretary of Animal Science Association to decorate him.
I want these former students and present students to continue to stand. The man we are going to decorate is an enigma. He is the current BOT chairman of Animal Science Association of Nigeria. By that position, is actually the owner of Animal Science Association of Nigeria. He has tutored us and mentored us. He moves like a flood. He does not make noise. A flood moves noiseless, but can pull down the most beautiful house that you feel. But in his own, he is intellectually and cerebrally gifted. So, ladies and gentlemen, President of NIAS, I wish to decorate our own BOT chairman, Professor Shegu Oshinowo. Thank you.
I think before he goes, one of the things that they have not mentioned, because I worked with Professor Oshino in NAPRI very closely as researchers. He was our senior colleague, but I can tell you that he is the most humble person that I have ever met. Very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Next in line for the award of GAS is Professor James McDonald Olomu. He's going to be represented by Professor U.J. Ikatua. Actually, Professor Olomu is streaming online. He's 86 years old and is streaming from Benin. Just be corrected, Professor Julius McDonald Olomu. To be represented by another Professor Julius, but this time not of Olomu, but the Kato. The citation will be read by Chief Simeon Owofa. Strictly 2 minutes, please.
Good afternoon, all. I stand on the assistive protocol. I have been asked to read a citation of no other person than Professor Julius McDonald Olomu. And as you were told, also represented here by another Julius. Can we clap for that, please? Professor Julius McDonald Olomu was born 17 July 1945 at Efru, Delta State, Nigeria. He attended Baptist Day School, Port Harcourt, River State from 1950 to 1957. Priscilla Memorial Grammar School, Oguta, Imo State from 1958 to 1962. Federal School of Science, Oniko, Lagos, 1964 to 1965. That means as a young man is traversed most of Nigeria. Professor Julius McDonald Olomu retired as a full professor of agricultural biochemistry and nutrition with over 30 years tenure in the Department of Animal Science, Faculty of Agriculture, University of Benin. His educational experience also included a Bachelor of Science, first-class honors. I think we should clap for that. In agricultural biochemistry and nutrition from the University of Ibadan, and a doctorate in nutrition from University of Alberta, 1974. For over 3 decades, Professor J.M. Olomu made distinguished contributions to the discipline of animal science and to the University of Benin as a researcher, an author, professor, educational administrator, leader, and social commentator. These contributions might best be categorized into 3 broad areas. 1, research and training related to livestock and human nutrition. 2, leadership and service to the professional scientific organization. And 3, teaching, educational leadership and service to teaching, educational administration, and university service related to the development of agricultural programs and students. Professor Olomu made unusual and outstanding contribution as a research scientist, author, and leader in the areas of animal science and livestock production. He's one of the pioneering researchers in feed resources for promoting growth of the animal livestock industry in Nigeria. His work illuminates the intersection of nutrient requirement of the various livestock species and nutrient composition of the available ingredients in our environment. His work integrates the paradigms of feed resource composition and economic options of feed formulation as principles and practices to the solution of the major animal agricultural problems. One example involves his application of the nutritional values of unconventional feed ingredients as replacements for competitive resources. He also made significant contribution in the area of poultry and pig production. In this research area, Professor Olomu publications include books, book chapters, and numerous other publications and conference presentations. Among the publications are books such as Pig Production in Nigeria, Principles and Practice, Practical Hints for Backyard, that is small poultry producers. 3, Grass Cutter Production, Principles and Practice. 4, Poultry Production, Turkeys, Guinea Fowl, and Geese. 5, A Practical Approach to Monogastric and Animal Nutrition. Can we clap for all of that? In addition, as you know, as a teacher and a researcher, he collaborated with so many other scientists. He was recognized and is an outstanding scholarship, contribution, and a very high-ranking member of Nigeria Society for Animal Production. In that organization, he was awarded the distinguished status of the Fellow of Nigeria Society for Animal Production in 1993. Professor Olomu provided leadership at a number of professional associations, organizations, and universities and students group. He was Pioneer Dean, Faculty of Agriculture, University of Benin, 1984 to 1987. As a dean, he played a significant role in the development of academic programs, physical development, and recruitment of relevant and qualified academic staff. At the end of his tenure, he had firmly established 3 departments, namely agriculture, forestry, wildlife, and fishery. In ISAB, Professor Olomu was the deputy editor-in-chief in 1997-1979, of the Journal of the Nigeria Journal for Animal Production, and also the editor-in-chief in 1979 to 1981. In summary, Professor Olomu has made consistent, unusual, and outstanding contributions to the discipline of animal science and its professional organizations. Professor Olomu has a long and distinguished record of success as a scholar, educator, and mentor. He is married to Eunice Ibiba and blessed with 2 beautiful daughters and a lovely son. Ladies and gentlemen, President Hassan, President Nias, I present to you no other person, a man of stature, a man of achievement, a man of excellence, Professor Julius MacDonald Olomu, for the award of distinction. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next awardee for distinguished animal scientists is, can you guess? The president of Nigerians of Animal Science, Professor Baba Yusuf Abubakar, Order of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Citation will be read by Professor S.B. Adamu from University of Maiduguri. 2 minutes. So many things to be talked about. Just give us a wonderful summary. No less than 2 paragraphs, no more than 2 paragraphs.
Thank you. Your Excellency, our Royal Father, my distinguished senior colleagues, I have the honor and privilege to read the citation of my teacher, my mentor, and above all, our very own president of the Institute, Professor Baba Yusuf Abubakar. I'll try as much as possible to condense everything to the perimeter of the 2 minutes, God's willing. Professor Baba Abubakar, henceforth called B.Y. Abubakar, graduated with BSc Agriculture from Ahmadu Bello University, Zaria in 1977. He commenced his research and teaching career at the National Animal Production Research Institute, NAPRI, ABU, Zaria, in 1978 as a graduate assistant. He then proceeded to the prestigious Cornell University, Ithaca, New York, United States of America in 1980 to pursue his MSc and PhD degrees in animal science, which he completed in 1983 and 1985 respectively. Professor B.Y. Abubakar, his major field of specialization is animal breeding and quantitative genetics. Continuing his research career in NAPRI, Professor Abubakar rose to the position of a professor in 1995 as Professor of Animal Science. In 2003, after an illustrious research and teaching career, Professor B.Y. Abubakar transferred his service
to the Federal Civil Service as Director, Policy Implementation and Monitoring in the Office of the Secretary to the Government of the Federation. It was in 2006 that he was appointed as Pioneer Executive Secretary of the Agricultural Research Council of Nigeria, where he successfully served for solid 10 meritorious years. He is currently a visiting professor and chairman of the University Research Council at the University of Abuja, as well as coordinator, Agricultural Thematic Group of the TED Fund Standing Committee on Research and Development 2020. Professor Abubakar served in various academic, managerial, and professional positions. He was program leader research in poultry at NAPRI from 1994 to 1997, where he spearheaded the development of the popular and renowned Shika Brown layer parent stock. He was Director of Finance, Family Economic Advancement Program on Sabbatical Study Leave from 1997 to 2001, and Director of Federal Civil Service from 2003 to 2010. He served as consultant on various projects and to several organizations, both nationally and internationally. At the national level, Professor Abubakar was member National Committee on Crop Varieties and Livestock Breeds Registration and Release for 20 years, precisely from 1989 to 2009. Furthermore, he chaired its Livestock Technical Subcommittee from 1999 to 2000. That's yet another 10 years. He also served as a member of the National Honors Committee from 2004 to 2006, and as chairman of the Gombe State Committee on Agriculture in 2011. Professor Abubakar was appointed as the Pioneer Pro-Chancellor and Chairman of the Governing Council of Gombe State University of Science and Technology in 2018 to 2020. He served as a Transition Committee Chairman, where he also chaired the Agriculture and Livestock Subcommittee of the Governor-elect of Gombe State in 2009. Internationally, Professor Abubakar has served in various capacities as follows: member, Consultative Group on International Agricultural Research, EXCO and Fund System, Council representing Sub-Saharan Africa in 2008 to 2009, and then 2010 to 2016 respectively. He was chairman governing board of the West and Central African Council on Agricultural Research and Development from 2010 to 2012. And he was a liaison officer, Center for Agricultural Biosciences International, 2008, 2016. Then member governing board of the Forum for Agricultural Research in Africa in 2010 to 2012. Expert panel on the development of science agenda for agriculture in Africa, 2013. Member, Executive Board, Technical Center for Agricultural and Rural Cooperation, CTA, representing West Africa, 2013 to 2018. And currently chair, Board of Trustees of International Center for Living Aquatic Resources Management, Wallfish, 2019 to date. At the professional level, Professor Abubakar was a founding member of the Nigerian Institute of Animal Science and served as the second vice president in the first council, 2008 to 2014. Professor B.Y. Abubakar is the current president of our beloved Nigerian Institute of Animal Science, and he is a fellow of the Agricultural Society of Nigeria, the Nigerian Institute of Animal Science, Horticultural Society of Nigeria, and the Institute of Public Administration. He was a recipient of the Presidential National Honor Award of the Officer of the Order of the Federal Republic, OFR. This was conferred on him in 2011. And the Conrad Weckert Award of Honor for invaluable contribution to agricultural research and development in West Africa and Central Africa in 2012. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I wish to present to you an erudite scholar, a researcher par excellence, and administrator in his own right, Professor Baba Yusuf Abubakar. I so present him, please. Thank you.
The President, the Secretary of ASAN, the first Vice President, the second Vice President of NIAS, please join the award. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. You may go to your seats, please. Last in the category of Distinguished Animal Scientist Award is the Mama of Funabalfa, Professor Mrs. Olufunmilayo Ayoka Adebambo. Our citation will be read by the first Vice President of Animal Science Association of Nigeria, Professor Comfort Tulem.
Good afternoon, the President, NIAS, and ASAN, ladies and gentlemen. It's a privilege and honor to be invited to read a brief citation on Professor Olufunmilayo Ayoka Adebambo. Professor O.A. Adebambo, former president and life member of Genetics Society of Nigeria, life member of the Animal Science Association of Nigeria, life member of Nigerian Society of Animal Production, and life member of the Genetic Society of Great Britain, happened to be the first graduate of animal breeding and genetics from the University of Ibadan in 1976, and the first female professor of animal breeding and genetics in Nigeria in 1996. She was the federal government scholar for university education in 1970 to 1973, and the university scholar, University of Ibadan, for postgraduate studies in 1973 to 1976. She is the first to develop improved indigenous pig breeds, Niger Hap, and the improved indigenous chicken hybrid, Funab Alpha, for Nigerian farmers. The young lady before you was born in 1948. She attended Ramos Secondary School, Sagamo in 1961 to 1965, the University of Ibadan from 1969 to 1976, where she obtained her first degree, BSc Animal Science in 1973, and PhD in animal breeding in 1976. Her academic career started in 1977 at the Obafemi Awolowo University Institute of Agricultural Research and Training, Ibadan, where she worked for 16 years in the development of improved indigenous pig breeds of international repute for scavenging small size local breeds of Nigeria. She transferred her services to Federal University of Agric, Abeokuta in 1993, made her the first head of Department of Animal Breeding and Genetics. In 1993 to 2000, she was a two-time dean of the College of Animal Science and Livestock Production from 2001 to 2006, and also served as Senate representative on the University Council from 2001 to 2005. Prof was a visiting research fellow to the Institute of Animal Physiology and Genetics Research, University of Edinburgh, in 1986 to 1987, the prestigious Roslin Institute, Scotland, in 1996 to 1997, a visiting research fellow to Ohio University, State University, USA, in 2009. She was once the director of the Institute of Biotechnology Center, where she was able to commercialize most of the research activities. As a professor, she has served on several of the college and university committees, such as member of the Finance and General Purpose Committee, chairman of the Staff Disciplinary Committee, and staff of the University Misconduct Investigation Panel, and the College Board, and several college and university promotion panels. The prof before you established a Bill and Melinda Gates Indigenous Chicken Breeding Research Center at the University of Agriculture, Abeokuta, in 2014. With her research grants from the foundation and the International Livestock Research Institute, Ethiopia, which enabled her to register and commercialize her improved indigenous chicken breeds as the first indigenous chicken breed for Nigeria. A research grants award winner of the World Bank, Brigade Gates, British Foundation Council, Indian Technical Cooperative. She is a multiple winner of most research grants, Federal Ministry of Science and Tech, Director of Food, Road and Rural Infrastructure Grants, 2 times awardee of National University Research Fair, 2004 to 2005. For want of time, you cannot quantify her contribution to national development, but permit me to say, she has published more than 200 publications, supervised more than 200 undergraduate students, and 50 master's and PhD students. Marriage was not a hindrance to her promotion. She's blessed with 5 glorious children, 10 grandchildren, one of which is a professor. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I wish to present to you Professor Emeritus O.A. Adebambo for the award of Distinguished Honor Animal Scientist as the first female awardee of this noble title. Thank you.
Another round of applause with a standing ovation. First in every area. Thank you very much. Now we go to Fellows of Animal Science of Nigeria Award. I call on the General Secretary to proceed down there as I call the Fellows of Animal Science of Nigeria. The first person to be called was supposed to come last year, but could not because of COVID. He wrote in and pleaded to be away. He is Professor B.B.A. Taiwo. Next is Professor Isaac Butswat. Professor A.H. Akimutimi. Professor Cordelia Ebenebe. And Professor Ari Mekano. I want to call on other fellows of ASAN to assist the president to decorate these new fellows. The order, once again, is Professor BBA Taiwo. Next is Professor Isaac Butswat. Please hurry up, hurry up, hurry up. The governor will still give us a speech. While the award is going on, we want to quickly recognize the presence of Mr. Richard Mbara, the Technical Assistant to Honorable Minister for Agriculture and Communications. You're welcome, sir. ASAN will take their oath before they leave. If you go taking photographs and you have brought someone to your oath, your fellowship will be nullified. Fellows of ASAN, do take your oath as the president leads you very quickly.
Please, all fellows, please repeat this oath after me. All fellows, please come back. All the awardees, please stay and repeat this after me. I have it. I will give it back to you. All the awardees, please repeat after me. This is the oath of office of Fellows of Animal Science, Association of Nigeria. I state your names. Hereby solemnly pledge to defend and uphold at all times the memorandum and articles of the Animal Science Association of Nigeria, Code of Conduct, and statutes. I also pledge to contribute to the advancement of knowledge and promotion of the practice of animal science to the best of my ability. So help me God. Congratulations once again.
Yeah, by the powers conferred on me as the president of ASAN, I confer on you the fellowship award of Animal Science Association of Nigeria. You are welcome. Thank you, sir. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. We have a few minutes to get out of here. Next in line of the awards is the Captains of Industry. Captains of Industry. Captains of Industry. Okay, we're going to suspend the Captain of Industry and listen to the speech of the governor. Can we put our hearts together? We want to listen to the governor. You can snap pictures later. Fellows, please go to your seats. Go to your seats. With due respect, I have the honor to invite to the podium His Excellency Governor Udom Emmanuel, the Governor of Akwa Ibom State, ably represented this day by the Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Agriculture, Mrs. Mary.
His Excellency, the Chief Judge, the professors, Animal Science Association of Nigeria members, Institute of Animal Science, you are all welcome. Representing the Governor of Akwa Ibom State, our amiable Governor, Governor Udom Emmanuel. We are proud to have you in Akwa Ibom State. Akwa Ibom ayaya. Akwa Ibom is a beautiful place. Akwa Ibom is a peaceful place that you come in and you sleep and go back home peacefully. With the good work of our governor, he's a friend to animal science members. Because of this, he has given 760,000 capacity hatchery at Mbiaya Odwan. He has also given ultra-modern abattoir here in Oyo. He has distributed goods to farmers in Akwa Ibom State. Vaccination of goats and sheep has been done in Akwa Ibom State. And also training of animal scientists at South Africa for artificial insemination. All those things are real. I pray the professors and the presidents can go round, take a tour round Akwa Ibom State. You will see this. He does not do paperwork. He make it happen. So today, Governor Udom Emmanuel is happy to have you in this state. And you know your vision and your mission as animal scientists is for you to ensure that you bring out quality and quantity, high proteins to Nigerians. And is for you to improve the standard of living in Nigeria. For today, the governor of Akwa Ibom State said I should tell those who had the induction to stand up, please. Let me give you the message from our governor. Governor Udom Emmanuel said I should ask you this. You all passed your professional exams, not so? You did. And what did you have? You had your license. Is it license? You are licensed. He said I should tell you that he does not give you machetes. He does not give you axe. He does not give you anything to go and fight or join bad company. He stands as our governor with your professors and your presidents and give you wisdom. He said, I should tell you to imbibe from Professor E.S. Bukuru. From who? Professor who? Professor Bukuru. When I was here seated, I saw the emeritus. So you are blessed. And as a governor, I saw men coming out there with this. Congratulations. But at the end, the governor was happy to see and to have the first lady, the professor, in Akwa Ibom. Please, I will plead with everybody for the professor to come out. The professor, the lady professor. She's not in. All right. Please be seated. The governor says the association has done it well. Well disciplined, well arranged in Akwa Ibom State. And he says, as you people are going back, God will give you a safe journey. Thank you. And God bless you all.
Another round of applause to the representative of the governor. Now, very quickly to the Captains of Industry Award. The recipients are, number 1, Chief Simon Owofa, Chairman, CEO, OM Simons Nigeria Limited. and Nutrivitals Limited in Lagos State. To be followed by Mr. Raymond Isiadinso, MD CEO, Mid-Century Agric Ventures in Lagos. And very quickly, the third person is Dr. Leia Layode, CEO, MD of Hybrid Fits Limited, Kaduna. I call on the Chairman BOT of ASAN, Professor Olusegun Oshinowo, FASAN, DAS, to confer the award.
Yeah, okay. Just take it. On behalf of the Animal Science Association of Nigeria, we present to you CEO, Mid-Century Agro-Allied Ventures Limited, this Captain of Industry Award. Congratulations. On behalf of the Animal Science Association of Nigeria, we present to you Chief Simon Owofa for promoting sustainable livestock production through input supply. This award, Captain of Industry. Congratulations. Okay, thank you. The third person is not around, so thank you, sir.
Please, I want to plead with you. After the vote of thanks and the national anthem, the cultural crew will perform very briefly. I have the honor to call on the Secretary of the Local Organizing Committee, Dr. Udo Eyang, to give us the vote of thanks. Dr. Udo Eyang.
Thank you, sir. Mbok emesiero. Mbok emesiero. Standing on the existing protocol, I wish to say that it's an honor to have been asked to offer a vote of thanks on this occasion of our 10th annual meeting, joint annual meeting, holding here in New York. On behalf of the LOC, I wish to express my deepest appreciation to God foremost for making this meeting a success. Thanking him for the clement weather and the journey mercies of all of us here. To the honorable and respected guests, I wish to say that it has been our pleasure to have you grace this event. I say thank you for your support, morally, financially, and otherwise. I'm also grateful to all the speakers who have graced this event for sharing their words of wisdom and encouraging us in this, our noble profession throughout this meeting. May I also acknowledge the presence of the participants for coming and attending this association's meeting traversing long distances in order to be here. Surely we have been fortunate to have persons from the academics, the civil service, the industry, farmers, just to mention a few. I'm also very thankful to the entire participants as well as sponsors of this meeting. I am sure our association will continue to get significant provision from diverse groups in the future. Let me thank the leadership of the Animal Science Association of Nigeria in the person of Mr. Raymond Isiadiso and his secretary, and the Secretary General and his other ESCO members. Let me also thank the leadership of NIAS, Nigerian Institute of Animal Science, being led by Professor B.Y. Abubakar and his team, also not forgetting the registrar. Let me also thank those who have made it here, thanking you for all that you have done, thanking you for all the corrections you have given to us in order to make this event a success. It is not possible to thank everyone, as a list will surely be endless. For such, let me thank you and also wish you a successful 10th joint annual meeting. I say lastly, Soson, Soson, Soson.
Before the national anthem, a request from our friends from Akwa Ibom State is that we allow them to sing Akwa Ibom State anthem. Can we please stand to our feet?
Let us rise, Akwa Ibom State, to the fate of greatness. Oh, Akwa Ibom, let us stay ever one. Rise beyond ethnicity. Till we love our promised land. Whatever, backward never, build the land with unity and love.
The national anthem. Hold on, please. The procession will leave before any other person.
I mean, the inducted RAS still stay on and sit down. You cannot leave the hall until you have the recession of the officials. Then, very quickly, we are not going to start the AGM until 5 p.m. And it's at the Watt Bridge, Mandela Hall, Watt Bridge Hotel and Suites. You can, immediately after the recession, you can
also prepare to join the AGM and thereafter the gala night. Can I, hello? There's no meeting in the hall immediately after we finish from here, so the recession can start.
Please, the procession will go in reverse order. Will be led by His Excellency, the Executive Governor, followed by NIAS President. Please, President, sir. Please, procession, can we? Hold the President now.